Shoulder up! Come forward. March.
You were just listening to the Maneuver Center of Excellence Band. They were playing the Fairest Lord Jesus, and now you're watching the process where the body bearer team has marched through the honor cordon, and they've already placed the casket inside the hearse. Now the order of the procession will include national colors, the clergy, body bearer team with Carter's remains, and the presidential colors.
The level of detail that's been planned out, much of this planned out by President Jimmy Carter himself, is just fascinating to watch and just soak up that moment as former President Jimmy Carter now makes his way back home, and the family, as you can see, is walking off. They will then load into the motorcade, and from there, the family makes their way, following President Carter, back to Plains, Georgia.
Yeah, they're going to drive through Richland and Preston, Georgia, and then make their way to Plains, Georgia, where they are preparing for the private service, which is expected to start shortly as soon as they arrive at Maranatha Baptist Church, and then the departure ceremony at the conclusion of the service. Now, the private service will be private for the family and friends of the Carter family, but it is a national day of mourning. And President Biden has encouraged all Americans and Georgians to line the streets in Plains, where the motorcade will take a procession through Plains for a final trip with former President Jimmy Carter inside the hearse before it arrives at Maranatha Baptist Church.
This is something that we've been seeing this for days. It's been almost 2 weeks since his passing, and the level of celebration, remembrances has involved so many people across the country and across the globe, as so many have taken this in. But this is one final day for this president who did so much for this country, not only as president, but in his years after leaving the Oval Office.
We're going to bring in Monica Kaufman-Pearson and Tracy Hutchins. You both are also helping us with the coverage here today. The Carter family, we've all have lost someone in our family at some point in our lives, and one funeral takes an enormous toll on a family. This family has had multiple services in multiple states, and it all culminating today. You spoke with the family, Monica, you spoke with Jason. One thing I noticed when they were at the Carter Center is that they actually had so much gratitude and said they felt the love with everyone who was lined up along the streets.
Well, that was the comment that Jason made, which is the reason he said he became so emotional during the service at the Carter Center, because he looked out at all the people who had helped make the Carter Center what it is, and that it's world renowned. But I want to go back to the song that was just played, and I'll tell you why. The verse is so reminiscent of Mr. Carter, Tracy. Says, faith of our fathers, we will strive to win all nations unto thee. Jimmy Carter did that. And through the truth that comes from God, mankind shall then indeed be free. Faith of our fathers, holy faith, we will be true to thee till death. Every song selected for this funeral was selected for a reason. And I think one of them that touched all of us was when Amazing Grace was sung today by the flight attendant, a Delta flight attendant who had performed at the Carter Center. And Mr. Carter heard her sing and said, I want you to sing at my funeral.
Oh, can you imagine him saying that to you? I'm not sure if we're able to go back to that or not, but there were so many moments earlier today in Washington, D.C. that you just have to look back and revel at. We've been speaking earlier about comments made by Ambassador Andrew Young, really talking about Jimmy Carter as a child of God. But let's listen in to that former flight attendant who sang earlier today.
Her name is Phyllis Adams, Delta flight attendant, and she was accompanied by Leela Bolden, the pianist. You know, the music was so important. Also, we had the song from Georgia's own Trisha Yearwood from Monticello, Georgia, and her husband, Garth Brooks, who did the song that the president loved so much, and that's Imagine. And I think the Georgia touch was all throughout this funeral, from Andy Young with the opening scripture, to his homily, to Trisha Yearwood, to Phyllis Adams. It was a national funeral with a local touch.
With a lot of Georgia roots in it. And I think the thing that strikes me, Monica, is just kind of watching this ceremony and all the pomp and circumstance of it, and how that contrasts to the person that Jimmy Carter was. And really, he wanted to live a simple life, and because it all started in Plains, and now it's all ending in Plains. And I think it's an incredible full circle moment for so many, and just the humble lifestyle that he and Rosalynn led there in Plains, in the home that he built himself in the 70s, right? In the 60s, I think, 61, I believe. So a simple ranch-style home that will now be turned into a museum. And that whole area there will become a place that so many will go and visit from here on out, as we take a live look at the hearse right now that's carrying former President Jimmy Carter, and the vehicles that will carry the family members, the Carter family members, in that motorcade.
From Columbus, Georgia.
From Columbus, Georgia to Plains, as it goes slowly on its way. And so many will have an opportunity to once again, really today, say a very, very final goodbye.
I think one of the things that I'm looking forward to most of all, believe it or not, is the flyover with the missing man formation that will occur at the interment, or just before the interment. Because we know he was a governor, we know he was a president, we know he was a Georgia senator. But what we forget is that first, he was a man serving in the armed forces. He was in the Navy. He was a nuclear scientist. And we sometimes forget that he served his country in more than one way.
Right. And in cases that other people have not, they have had that service extend just to the presidency. But in talking about that flyover, unfortunately, that was one of the last times we saw the former president for his 100th birthday. And we saw him outside just kind of gazing up at the sky as he watched that flyover on another beautiful day across Georgia, across South Georgia. And that unfortunately was the last time we were able to see him. But that, of course, happening in Plains, Georgia. But I want to continue to talk about, because in looking at some of the research and some of the things that will happen after today, where it all does center on Plains, Georgia, and the home that they had shared together, and how they were able to build that together.
With the shag carpet.
Yeah, reading it, I was asking Monica, so it probably had wall-to-wall shag carpet, and from something I read, yeah, some bright blue wall-to-wall shag carpet. But you know, they would go over to the friend's home and eat on paper plates. Like, you would never think the 39th president would sit at someone's table and eat on a paper plate. And a lot of the furniture in the home, former President Jimmy Carter made himself. Turned his garage into a woodworking shop so he could make those things, and building that home themselves and extending some areas of that home themselves. And just, you know, when I was reading those things, I was like, man, so down to earth.
And that's one of the things I think we'll always remember about Mr. Carter. And that was some of the comments made today, even by President Biden, when he talked about the character of Jimmy Carter. And he talked about their very last visit when he and his wife went there. He said, a good life of purpose and meaning, of character, driven by destiny, filled by the power of faith, hope, and love. And you know, Mr. Biden was one of the first supporters of Jimmy Carter when he announced for president. Everybody thought he was crazy, you know, peanut farmer.
Right.
But the Peanut Brigade proved, yes, we can.
Well, at the time they were saying, Jimmy who? Jimmy who? What? Never heard of him. Jimmy who? Well, that later on became, yes, Jimmy Carter. And people understood who he was. And it's, you know, I think it's unfortunate that, you know, after his presidency, I remember the gas crisis, the fuel crisis. I remember sitting in long lines with my family. Back then, that was not a time where you'd think, okay, in several years, we're going to look back and say, oh, you know, our 39th president, let's give him these accolades. At the time, people were very upset about the economy and where we were in this country. So unfortunately, not until after his presidency, and so many of the achievements that we now look back on and say, yes, that was an amazing thing you did, though it was not recognized at the time.
That's why Stuart Eisenstadt's comments today, I think, were the best, because he outlined the man's presidency and why that should be remembered and not just the hostage crisis.
Yeah. Well, let's head back to Atlanta News first. Sean and Blair.
And Tracy, we're watching again live images here at Lawson Army Airfield as Special Air Mission 39 is wrapping up its departure ceremony. And this is where we're watched. The family has already departed in the motorcade. They are now en route to Richland and Preston, Georgia, as they make their way to Plains, Georgia.
If you're watching here on Peachtree TV, we are going to return you to regular programming here in a few seconds. But our Atlanta News First special report of Jimmy Carter's final journey continues here shortly on Atlanta News First as we bring you this live coverage from Fort Moore that's happening here in Georgia with former President Jimmy Carter back home. Our coverage now continues here at 4 o'clock as we bring you live coverage from Fort Moore, Georgia, as President Jimmy Carter is back home in Georgia after the National Day of Mourning and his funeral in Washington, D.C. He is back in Georgia for one last trip back to his hometown of Plains, Georgia. That procession just getting started here a few minutes ago as he makes that trip from the Army base to Plains, Georgia.
They're going to drive through Richland and Preston, Georgia before they make their way to Plains, Georgia. And that's where we find our political reporter, Doug Reardon. He is outside of Maranatha Baptist Church. The family is scheduled to arrive there shortly, Doug, at any moment now. This service that will get underway will be private and not open to the public.
Very much so. And so what's going to happen is that motorcade is going to bring the family as well as Carter's remains up here to Maranatha Baptist. They're going to get out. There are some ceremonial pallbearers that are going to bring him into the church for one last time, the place where he spent so many hours teaching others and also worshiping himself. And the kind of run of show, if you will, has changed a little bit here. There was supposed to be a flyover, a missing man formation from the U.S. Navy, which of course was the branch of service that Carter served in himself. That is now going to happen a little bit earlier before that service takes place here at Maranatha. And so that'll be interesting. But once they get him inside, this is going to be a service certainly that will be much more intimate than what we saw at the National Cathedral a few hours ago. Just friends and family, as well as some of the members here at Maranatha that have been so steadfast in their membership of this place for so long. It's a very small congregation, but the people who have been here the whole time know Jimmy Carter very well because this was really his spiritual home. Someone during his eulogy always thought it was interesting, said that while Jimmy Carter always had Georgia on his mind, but also in his blood, and there was no place probably more important to him, maybe besides his longtime family home just down the road, than here at Maranatha. Pastor Tony Loudon has been the pastor here at Maranatha for a number of years. He was incredibly close to the Carter family, and especially Jimmy Carter. I got a chance to speak with him a couple times over the past few years, most recently about a year after Jimmy Carter went into hospice, and he said that Loudon never knew his father, and so Jimmy Carter really filled that role for him. He has been absolutely devastated by the loss of both Rosalynn last year, but he said that this was even a little bit harder because Carter had filled that father figure role in his life. And so he has been by his side the whole time. Our sister station down here in Albany actually got a chance to speak to him, and he said as much to them.
Everywhere his body has went, I have been by his side. And that's a promise that he asked me to make to him when he was alive. You know, every now and then I still play the voicemail that he left on my phone asking me to be his pastor because I need to still hear his voice.
Loudon talks about that voicemail a lot. He had brought it up both of the previous times that I had talked to him. I think it's something that he really cherishes, not just because it was President Jimmy Carter's voice, but because it was Mr. Jimmy's voice on his phone asking him to undertake this incredibly important task, because Maranatha meant so much to him. The person who led it, obviously and understandably, would also mean a lot to the former president. So Tony Loudon will be leading the ceremonies here today. We should see him walk in right next to the president, as he said he has been from the very moment he got sick, and really all the way dating back to the beginning of his pastorship here at Maranatha. But, you know, just to give you kind of an understanding of not only what this church means, but also how small it is. It seats just about 300 people. It is incredibly, incredibly intimate. When you walk in there, Jimmy Carter's fingerprints quite literally are all over that place. He carved the cross that is behind the altar. His initials are on the offering, the tithings bowl that they still pass around even today, that he carved himself out of wood. There are tables in there, one in the preschool room and one right as you walk in the front door that he had also carved. He was a really talented woodworker, and so not only did he attend this place and worship at it, but he made it his own. He put his fingerprints on it, and certainly, if that's any indication that it meant a lot to him, I can't think of anything else that would. I know a lot of people don't do things like that for their own churches, but that just goes to show how much this place really meant to him.
And Doug, I just love these stories that come out here and that what we hear out of all this. And I was going to ask you about, you know, the people out there who've been waiting, what it's been like for them today, because you know, this schedule for the afternoon is about an hour 15 off, which if you go back and read White House press corps notes, that's very unlike what President Carter was like. He was very punctual. And Doug, if we can bring it back in, not sure if we can, I was going to ask you what it's been like for those people who've been waiting out there, you know, a good chunk of the afternoon for his arrival one last time there at the church.
Yeah. Well, they will wait. I know that, and they will do it happily. You know, for a lot of people that have been out here, they may live around here. They may not have gotten a chance to go up to Atlanta to the Carter Center to see him line and repose there. And so this is really their opportunity to say goodbye to him in person as they line the streets and watch his procession come by. It's going to stop in a couple different places, Peach County, Shelley County, and a number of others where it will slow down so that people can take a picture or just have that moment to themselves to either think of a memory or just say thank you to the former president. But certainly, you know, this is the venue. There is no place more important to the former president than Plains. And so if these people have to wait a little longer, I think they're probably happy to do so. We had just gone up the road. Just to give you an indication, we're kind of cordoned off a little bit from downtown, which is only about a half mile away from where we are now. And so we haven't gotten much of a chance to actually talk to folks. They're not letting any foot traffic in through here to Maranatha. And so, but we did get a chance to just get a look down the road when we walked out to the edge of the perimeter there where they're keeping us, and there are a lot of people down there, and we expect that you know, again, they were folks that just couldn't make it up to Atlanta, or folks maybe that even drove down from Atlanta just to see the former president in the place that meant so much to him. So as you said, yes, unusual that we're running this far behind. Probably would have bugged the former president quite a bit. He's known for his punctuality, but certainly this is a day where people are here to celebrate him, and they'll wait as long as they have to, I think, to do that.
And Doug, before we let you go, I went to the Maranatha Baptist Church website. The faith of Jimmy Carter and his wife, Rosalynn Carter, it was really central to who they were as people, not just as public leaders, but as people. And the church made a beautiful statement about how the former president was compelled to live in the footsteps of Jesus with the hands of peace and the heart of love for all of creation. I know that you spoke with Jan Williams, who was a longtime member of Maranatha Baptist Church. I know the family is going to play a big role in the service today, but the church itself and the leadership of the church, they too are very involved in this service as well.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, this was by request that the journey kind of end here for former President Carter. And you mentioned the congregation and what happens to Maranatha afterwards. That's really a good question, even for people like Jan, who have been here for many, many years and kind of understand the dynamics of how much the Sunday school lessons meant, how much Carter just being associated with this church actually meant to their survival as a congregation. And so there's a big question mark now over what happens to Maranatha, even as Jimmy Carter stopped teaching these Sunday school lessons later in his life, right around the time where COVID was kicking up. There were those questions that existed then, and the congregation has not gotten much bigger. So, certainly it was Carter that brought all the attention to this small roadside church. I really, it is kind of an interesting thing to hear people talk about who have been here for so long, just kind of putting weight behind how much he brought to this place.
Doug Reardon, reporting for us live outside of Maranatha Baptist Church. We'll come to you, and we'll continue to come to you throughout our coverage, but we also have another big story that we're following today.
Yeah, a big story impacting a large chunk of our viewing area, and that is the winter storm that is on its way. Let's get the latest track and the latest information that is coming into the First Alert Weather Center with First Alert Meteorologist Cutter Martin.
Yeah, Sean Blair, looking like the first few flakes of snow will start falling on the far west side. I know only about 12 hours from now. If you're just tuning into Atlanta News First, this is a change and upgrade. Winter storm watch, all counties shaded and peak now a winter storm warning. Doesn't necessarily mean the forecast has changed all that much. Just that forecasters, meteorologists at the National Weather Service office in Peachtree City are that much more confident that severe hazardous weather conditions are going to occur. Further to the south, 7 o'clock tomorrow morning to 4 in the afternoon tomorrow. Randolph County, Alabama, Troup County, Georgia, Meriwether County, over to Upson County, getting back to 75. In blue, winter weather advisory. Conditions won't be quite as dangerous here. Nonetheless, travel is discouraged between 7 a.m. and 4 p.m. On that note, it is a big travel issue tomorrow, regardless of whether you see pretty snow in your backyard, regardless of the ice potential on trees and power lines. A bare minimum tomorrow, roads are going to be a no-go. Not a good day to get outside, and that is why so many schools, businesses have closed. Nearly a day. In fact, we were getting closing reports into Atlanta News First yesterday. People are taking this seriously, and rightfully so. Hour-by-hour forecast, 6 a.m., everyone is below freezing, and we have a mixture of snow, sleet, and freezing rain already falling. That is 6 o'clock in the morning before most are even on the roadways. 8 o'clock in the morning, snow expands northward along and north of I-20, pure snow, Marietta, Lawrenceville, Dawsonville up into the mountains, roughly along and south of I-20. While it begins as snow, we will see a transition to sleet, those little ice pellets, and freezing rain, which looks like normal rain. It's deceiving. And then as soon as it makes contact with the pavement, trees, power lines, it will form ice. So you may think it's just rain, but in reality, with a temperature 32 or colder, we're talking freezing rain. And you can see the setup here. The battleground between pure snow and a mixture of snow, sleet, and freezing rain is going to set up right along I-20, unfortunately cutting its way almost right through the heart of Metro Atlanta. The further south you go, the more likely you are to eventually, notice at noon, transition to pure cold rain. It will take some time, but as we get into tomorrow afternoon, it's possible, especially south of I-20, cold rain. North of I-20, slick travel continues. We're talking about the risk of power outages, accumulating ice. The First Alert Weather Team is fine-tuning this forecast. We'll continue to pass along updates right here, ANF Plus, and in the First Alert Weather app. Monica Tracy.
Thank you very much, Cutter. At least the weather is beautiful here. It's cold, but the sun is out. It's crisp. It's cooperating. But I wanted to bring up something about the president's faith, because he had been a Southern Baptist all his life. But then in 2002, he left the Southern Baptist Convention. And he said why. He said he was going to another church who, quote, shares such beliefs as separation of church and state, a free religious press, and equality of women. And of course, the civil rights era. He joined Maranatha in 1981, and the church held its first service actually in 1977. But the point is that he believed so strongly in what his faith should be that he was willing to walk away from the Southern Baptist Convention and to go to one church and then move to Maranatha when there were questions about Black members becoming a part of that church. And that's when he left his former church and moved to Maranatha.
Yeah, and I think you can't talk about former President Jimmy Carter without talking about his faith, synonymous with this faith. He taught his last Sunday school class at Maranatha in 2019 in November, as Doug mentioned, just right before COVID started kicking up. And I just wanted to talk about that because when you talk about a person of faith and having that foundation, I think that played a major role, in my opinion, in recovery, because he had had a number of health battles that we documented quite a number of times. And many of us, you know, you're talking about in your late 80s, you're dealing with some of these issues. In 2015, had liver surgery, then battled cancer and receiving treatment at Emory Hospital.
Cancer that affected his brain.
Right, right. And recovering from that, a broken hip. Stitches after he fell on his head at his home.
The black eye.
Right, the black eye that we see. Another fall at his home. Surgery for pressure on his brain. And when you talk about all of these health issues and these health battles, Jimmy Carter bounced back every single time to make it to live 100 years old. And I think that's certainly a testament to his ability and his faith. When you have that foundation in faith, and I believe, again, when you have that prayer family around you that lifts you up and supports you, that's really what gets you through.
And that's the reason I think James Carter, his grandson today, read from the Beatitudes, which is from the Sermon on the Mount. And it lists all the things. When I was looking at it, I'm going, that's Jimmy Carter. That's Jimmy Carter. That's Jimmy Carter. And I think that he lived it. Mahalia Jackson, who many of our young people would not remember, the singer.
But some of us know her voice very well.
Yes. Well, Mahalia Jackson used to sing, then my living shall not be in vain. If I can help somebody as I travel along, then my living shall not be in vain. And I think when we talk about President Carter, that's what we're talking about. He was a man of the people, and he was much more than that, a man of faith and family.
We do want to bring in our very own Brendan Keefe. He's at the Capitol Rotunda where former President Jimmy Carter lay in state there for a couple of days, actually. But Brendan, you know, we are talking about former President Jimmy Carter's faith, and I'm sure you saw that in the ceremonies that we've had for the former president.
Yeah, there's no question that this was a presidential state funeral, but it was really a funeral for a human, a man who was, after all, a humanitarian, that more than a president, right? I mean, so the funeral at the National Cathedral, that's a given, that's automatic. Of course, they're going to have a state funeral for a former president. But all of the rest of the things that were said weren't about some policy he achieved. It was the man he was from beginning to end. And isn't it interesting that right now we're not standing at Arlington National Cemetery doing a story about a president being interred at Arlington National Cemetery because Jimmy Carter's on his way to Plains. That was his choice. He was entitled as a former commander-in-chief to burial at Arlington National Cemetery. And certainly as a former naval officer, he also was eligible for burial at Arlington National Cemetery. He did not choose that honor because that meant nothing to him. Not that the service didn't mean anything to him, but that the honor itself, he would always want to give that honor to someone else. And isn't it extraordinary? But for Jimmy Carter, it's always been about Plains. It's always been about Georgia in his blood. Even as he traveled the world, even as he was the most powerful man in the world, he always went back home. And today, he's doing exactly the same thing. Jason Carter, his grandson, mentioned this many times, you know, sharing those stories that always pepper a eulogy, at least in my Irish history, where, you have sort of the sadness that sort of has that balance with sort of the laughter of things that happened in beautiful moments in life. And that's what Jason Carter shared. But he also shared Jimmy Carter's love for Georgia and love for Plains and how there was no doubt he was going to come home.
They spent 4 years in the governor's mansion and 4 years at the White House, but the other 92 years they spent at home in Plains, Georgia.
That's right, 92 years, 100 years of life. Now, of course, he served in the Navy. In fact, there's a U.S. naval attack submarine, SSN-23, USS Jimmy Carter, named after him. It's also unusual to do that before someone dies. That submarine has been out there for almost a couple of decades now. And that honors, obviously, his service as a naval engineer. But if, you know, this is what the most fascinating thing is. I was talking to people who were going to see him, whether they were former officials or just the general public going to see him in the Capitol Rotunda, was that any one of these accomplishments would have been worthy of the praise he's been receiving these past couple of weeks if he was just one of the first naval engineers to deal with nuclear reactors under Admiral Rickover, if he was just a successful peanut farmer, if he was just the governor of Georgia, if he was only the 39th president of the United States. But that's like, each one of those is only a small part of the Jimmy Carter story. Realize he left office 44 years ago and he's still relevant today. But more than anything, it is about going home. It is about Georgia. You know, look at all the Braves games where, you know, Jimmy Carter and Rosalynn were the biggest fans. You know, this just feels right today. That, yeah, I'm in Washington right now where they had this service at the National Cathedral. But isn't it something that I'm very far away from my home and from his home because that's where he wants to be? Monica, Tracy?
Well, you know, Brendan, the one thing I know for sure is the reason he said no to Arlington and said yes to Plains, the woman he was married to for 77 years, he wanted to lie beside her. And Jason even said that near the end, he kept saying, I want to be with Rosalynn.
When you talk about their love affair, and it was truly a love affair, Brendan, thank you. We're going to come back to you, and I think just a bit. Wanted to talk about Jimmy and Rosalynn because one of the sweetest things, and I know we have video of it, is the kiss cam of the two of them. And of course, that was in their latter years. But when we talk about the two of them together, it started in Plains when they were very young. He met her when she was first born. Mm-hmm. They were childhood friends until there was a bit of an attraction a little bit later on her part when they were teenagers. But after a second proposal, she said yes to Jimmy, finally.
And I think that's what was interesting. Jason said about his grandmother that she really was the more political one, that she really was the one. She was just as bright as her husband, but she was the one who really knew politics. And we don't think of her that way.
You don't.
No.
You don't. And that's one of the things, too, when we talk about the Peanut Brigade, of course, when former President Carter ran for president, and Rosalynn was out there right in front, going to some 40 states around the country, staying with supporters. They didn't have campaign headquarters back then in state and state and state. And there's that amazing kiss cam. For some reason, I always think Rosa looked a little bit reluctant. She's like, do we really have to do this on camera? I mean, come on, you know. But this was the sweetest thing. And these are the moments that you really cherish when you look back at their lives and remember the two of them together and remember and think about them being together once again. But talking about their love story and her time when he was president and the cabinet meetings that she would go to and the opportunity she would have to be involved in politics, as you say.
And when they came back to Georgia, she started the Rosalynn Carter Institute, later called Development Center, where she worked with caregivers, which was very important to her. And she was ahead of her time, too, because she was aware of mental health and mental illness and what we needed to do to help people who were suffering. And, you know, today when Jason called his grandfather the first millennial, I kept thinking, your grandmother was, too.
All right, you're taking a live look right now at the motorcade. This, of course, the vehicles and the hearse right behind those first few vehicles, the hearse carrying the body of former President Jimmy Carter, looking like they're going at a pretty good clip as they left from the airport there on their way to Plains, Georgia. And a number of people, you see them right there on the upper right-hand side of your screen, lining the roadway just to take a picture, just to wave goodbye to the former president. They are right now in Cusseta, Georgia, That's not too far from Plains right now, about 40 miles south or north of Plains, west of Plains, excuse me. And we see part of the motorcade there, a number of vehicles, of course, Secret Service and a number of other officials, and the family there following along behind the hearse carrying former President Jimmy Carter. And it's just amazing to see, not surprising that we would see it, even on a very chilly day before severe weather that we have here, people lining the roads, coming out once again, because maybe they didn't have an opportunity, as Doug mentioned, to come here to Atlanta, to go to the Carter Center, certainly not an opportunity to go to the nation's capital and pay their respects. But here they can finally do that before we finally say goodbye to former President Carter, and he is able to rest in peace.
You know, one thing I enjoyed today when I was watching the service in Washington, D.C., was to see the former presidents and the former vice presidents come together with no animosity when President-elect Donald Trump reached over and shook the hand of Mike Pence, his former vice president. When you saw all of them come out to say, we appreciate this man. He is a unifier, even in death. Now, how long it will last, we will see. But the reality is, he was honored today by the former presidents and former vice presidents and international leaders. Justin Trudeau was there. Yes. So we have to remember that, yes, a man of the people, but he had a way of bringing people together. Jason told me, and I don't know if we have the soundbite, when I asked him about President-elect Trump actually coming to the funeral when he had said, called President Carter the worst president ever, how the family was dealing with it. And Jason actually said, you know, we all in our political life have said negative things about other people, but this is a time when we unite, and that his grandfather had gone to the inauguration of Donald Trump, and had he been alive, he would be there again. That politics is politics, but you know when to set it aside.
Yeah, forever the uniter,
yes.
Even after life. And we're taking a live look at the motorcade right now as it makes its way to Plains, Georgia, and of course a ceremony there at Maranatha Baptist Church. And later on, the former president will be buried alongside his beloved wife, Rosalynn Carter. Sean, Blair?
Yeah, we're going to be following this every step of the way, and our Doug Reardon was saying this motorcade may make a couple stops along the way as it goes through Richland and Preston, Georgia, as it makes its way Plains, Georgia. So we'll be following with this every step of the way.
The weather could not have been perfect
right.
for a final farewell because tomorrow we have a first alert weather day. Our chief meteorologist, Jennifer Valdez. Jen, it's the other big story that we're following. Winter weather alerts.
Winter weather alerts. Yeah, and this is going to be a high impact first alert weather day. As you can see, the winter storm watch we've been watching for the past 24 plus hours now upgraded to a winter storm warning. That happens when you get more confidence that a winter storm is approaching. This is from 7 a.m. Friday to 7 a.m. Saturday for snow accumulations up to 3 inches with ice accumulations up to 1/3 of an inch. And 1/3 of an inch of ice, although that doesn't sound like a lot, I promise you it is. If you get 1/3 of an inch of ice coating trees, we are going to see significant power outages with trees coming down. On top of that, it makes roads downright treacherous. So certainly a day you want to stay off the roads, which is why we have that winter storm warning in effect. Southernmost portions of our viewing area, Troup, Meriwether County, Pike, Lamar, that's where we have a winter weather advisory. That is for snow accumulations up to 1 inch and a light glaze of ice possible. So the further south you are, the lower the impacts. This is the winter storm that's heading our way. So we're already seeing it on radar, bringing snow across portions of northern Texas through Oklahoma into Arkansas. This is the system that's heading east and will eventually move over our area tomorrow morning. Here's Here's a look at your hour-by-hour forecast. If you still have to go to the grocery store and get some bread, some milk, or just finish some things up around the house, it will be dry tonight, but it will be cold. Temperatures in the 20s by midnight. Then tomorrow morning, that is when those snow chances go up. By 6 o'clock, we have a 60% chance of snow in Atlanta. It will be sooner in West Georgia. By 9 a.m., a 100% chance of snow and sleet. Let me give you the latest timing. At 5 a.m., there's that snow moving in. When you see that purple, that is snow. Pink is more of a wintry mix with some ice as well. Notice most of the snow is going to be north of I-20. So that looks like that's going to be our dividing line, what we call our freezing line, where we are expecting most of the snow to occur. South of I-20, it's going to be more of a wintry mix with snow and sleet and ice. By noon, still seeing that snow again, mainly north of I-20 with an ice and a rainy mix to our south. By 6 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, still seeing a wintry mess. Roads still very dangerous, if not more dangerous, before this moves out just after midnight, early Saturday morning. Rest of the day, Saturday's dry, but it will be very dangerous on the road. So Saturday remains a first alert weather day for the impacts on the roadways. As I said, this is a high impact first alert weather day. Could see up to 3 inches of snow across parts of our viewing area, up to 1/3 of an inch of ice. This does mean dangerous travel. And keep in mind, the areas that get more snow will see less ice. The areas that see less snow will get more ice. So either way, travel will be impacted, whether you get more snow or more ice, and certainly something we'll continue to watch. We'll show you more on those exact snow totals for your area coming up later.
Jennifer, thank you. We are taking another live look at former President Jimmy Carter's motorcade as it makes its way through Shady Grove, which is about 26 miles away from Plains, where the motorcade and the family are preparing to have their final farewell ceremony at Maranatha Baptist Church.
You know, as we watch this procession back to Plains, Georgia, Sean, I know we saw this over the weekend as well, and the days leaving Atlanta going to Washington, D.C., you see people throughout points of the procession. They're standing on the side of the road, standing on overpasses, holding an American flag, giving some kind of salute. It is very powerful for people just to come out there and feel moved to be out there and take in the scene that you're seeing. From above is what we're seeing from First Alert Chopper, but then on the right-hand side, you see this motorcade just whip on by, knowing the amount of history that is coming by when you see something like this right here. It's certainly moving to a lot of people, as it should be on this day of national mourning.
And the respect that this country has shown to the former president has been noticed nationwide. The American flags at the White House, the public buildings, the military bases, naval ships, and U.S. embassies around the world have been ordered to be flown at half-staff to honor Mr. Carter for the 30 days following his death. You will notice that also today, NASDAQ closed all of its equities and options markets today to observe a moment of silence this morning to the former president. The bond market was closed today. Federal offices were closed today. The U.S. the Postal Service, they suspended regular operations today. And even the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, John Roberts, he ordered the court to close today, as well as national parks, to give respect and honor and reverence to the life of former President Jimmy Carter.
And that is what we're seeing play out right now. If you were just joining us here at 4:30, it is one final trip home for former President Jimmy Carter, as you can see in these live pictures, as he makes his way on this procession one last time back to his hometown of Plains, Georgia, there in Plains, where we have seen so much here recently, the significance he has had on that town and still does and will forever be part of his legacy. We've heard so much about his legacy in so many different ways, but for the folks in Plains, it is substantial.
We even heard Monica mention earlier today about how this, it's not often. The last time we saw every single president that was living to be face-to-face was during the funeral for George H.W. Bush. That was the last time that we saw them all together. We saw them again today, and the honor of National Mourning Day, it's not exclusively reserved for presidents, although it is for Jimmy Carter today. But also, there was a National Day of Mourning for Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Robert F. Kennedy. When he was assassinated, there was a National Day of Mourning, but the service was solemn. President Biden delivered the eulogy. They had a unique relationship. When he was a junior senator, he was one of the first people to actually back and endorse Jimmy Carter when he decided to run for president.
Well, and President Biden has told the story before that in the early days of being a junior senator, President Carter said, "I need your help. I need you out there." And he said, "Nobody knows who I am. You don't need my help." He ended up endorsing him. But those stories, those kinds of stories is what stands out. And as we show you some video from the service a little earlier, this was something I know in journalistic circles, we were almost over-analyzing as you have all those presidents in such a close space there. And it was quite a moment to take in, knowing that the significance that former President Jimmy Carter played on our country, on the world, but also in political circles is just so profound. And that's why you saw that level of respect today. Here we are, just 11 days until we have a new president, and President Joe Biden will be leaving office. His message today, it was almost bigger than than just Jimmy Carter. It was about character. It was about life, and it was so much focus on character today. And I think that's something that people were really focused on today.
Let's listen in to some of the key lines that came from President Joe Biden's eulogy.
In April 2021, Jill and I visited Jimmy and Rosalynn on a warm spring day down in Plains, Georgia. We wanted to see them. Rosalynn met us at the front door with her signature smile. Together, we entered a home that they had shared for almost 77 years of marriage. An unassuming red brick ranch home that reflects their modesty more than any trappings of power. We walked into the living room where Jimmy greeted us like family. That day, just the four of us sat in the living room and shared memories that spanned almost 6 decades. A deep friendship that started in 1974. I was a 31-year-old senator, and I was the first senator outside of Georgia, maybe the first senator, to endorse his candidacy for president. It was an endorsement based on what I believe is Jimmy Carter's enduring attribute, character.
And let's go back to the images of the motorcade as it makes its way. It has passed Shady Grove, which is about 26 miles from Plains. The Carter's motorcade is expected to make a short stop through Richland and then Preston, Georgia, before it makes its way to Maranatha Baptist Church, the tiny town in Plains, Georgia, that many say shaped the character that President Joe Biden eulogized today during his speech in Washington. Jason Carter, we heard his interview with Monica Kaufman Pearson as he spoke with her about the funeral that is happening today and how the family wanted the world, Monica, they wanted the world to know that Jimmy and Rosalynn Carter, they were just regular folks.
That is very true. When I covered them for the Nobel Peace Prize, she was making sure that the kids, including Jason, who by then was married, would go to the nearest museum so they could learn about Oslo, Norway. And Amy was still rather young, and she does not like to be on camera and didn't want to be interviewed, but she enjoyed being with her cousin, who really, they were like 15 years apart, maybe in age. So it was one of those things where you saw, while he was getting ready to receive the Nobel Peace Prize, Ms. Rosalynn Carter, and the president were making sure all the kids had something to do and would learn about Oslo, Norway, and that it wasn't just about the Nobel Peace Prize.
Right.
You know, and when you talk about them as a couple, and we talk about their modesty and humility and in some ways frugalness that you wouldn't think would be befitting of a former president, reading where they, you know, shopped at the local Dollar General store in Plains and were there when it opened. They got so excited about it opening, right? Because they would buy their clothes there. You would never think that of a former president.
She was, when he was elected president, and for the inaugural ball, she was criticized because she wore the same dress she had worn when he was sworn in as governor.
Heaven forbid you repeat a
yes,
dress,
and it was a beautiful chiffon dress, and she was there wearing it at the ball, and everyone was complaining about she's wearing the same dress. She could not have cared less.
Right, that was not her concern, having a faux pas. You know, there are so many things that we can talk about, how they were often frugal a lot of times. Carter often flew commercial airlines, and we have video, had seen that video in the past of him on a Delta Airlines flight, shaking passengers' hands, going down the aisle, followed by a Secret Service agent, where he wanted to say hello to each of those people on the flight. A lot of times, you know, writing books.
Oh,
he
yes.
made some income from writing books,
Well,
too.
you've got to remember, when he left office, he was not in good financial shape. And so there was the joke that he started writing books in order to raise money. But I have to tell you something quickly about those books. They became spoken word books. He was nominated for 10 Grammys, and he won 3. And he's nominated for a Grammy now for another book called Last Sunday in Plains, a Centennial Celebration. It's recordings from his Sunday school with songs by Darius Rucker and Leanne Rimes.
Pretty incredible. We want to bring in our own Doug Reardon, who's there in Plains, Georgia, right outside Maranatha Baptist Church. And the motorcade is about to pull up now, Doug.
Right, we're a couple minutes away, guys, here at Maranatha Baptist from seeing that motorcade pull around the corner. At that time, we are going to have to remain silent so we can just watch this all happen and give the family some privacy and respect here. You know, Monica mentioned that Grammy. They actually have one of them at the Public High School Museum, and I thought the same thing when I saw it. I was like, there's no, how in the world did Jimmy Carter win a Grammy? But he did it with his words, not necessarily with notes. But, you know, this just goes to show how well-rounded this guy was. I mean, he was a statesman and a farmer. He was, you know, a president, but also worked on school boards and library boards. And so this really was someone who just had a heart for public service. And, you know, when we talk about Jimmy Carter's impact on, you know, Maranatha, there were a few places in this town that meant as much to him as this very church. He was devoutly religious. He did those Sunday school lessons for years. But he also believed very strongly in the separation of church and state. When he was a Georgia state senator, he had fought back against legislation that would have kind of compelled a participation in religious activities. And so this was really someone who could take himself outside of himself and look at things as a neutral politician. And I thought that anecdote was really interesting, given that we are here in Maranatha, kind of his spiritual home that meant a lot to him. He was able to look at it as, look, this is something that I believe strongly in. It may not be something that you believe strongly in, which I think is a trait that a lot of people wish more politicians had. So just let me give you a quick rundown of how this is going to work, as we're kind of running out of time here to do that. We're going to have to go silent at about 5:45 in about 5 minutes, as that motorcade is going to pull up just about 5 o'clock. At that point, the family is going to get out. The hearse is going to stay in the car. The casket is going to stay in the hearse. And then we're going to get 21 planes coming this way for a flyover. One of them is going to peel off. It signifies a missing man formation. Of course, these are Navy planes. Jimmy Carter was himself a Navy man, and so it is very significant in that way. The family's going to go inside. They're going to have about a 45-minute service, and then they're going to come out, at which point we're going to have to be silent again so that they can move his casket from here in Maranatha to probably the only place in Plains that meant more to him than here, which is his residence, where he shared a home with his wife, Rosalynn, of 77 years for most of their time together. It is right down the road. Everything in Plains is just a stone's throw away, so it won't take them long to get there, guys, but we will watch and wait and see how this all plays out, but we'll be here the whole time, and we'll see you on the other end of this service.
Thank you very much. And you know, Maranatha is Aramaic for the Lord is coming, O come, O Lord. Mm-hmm. What a man of faith he was.
Monica, I have a question real quickly, because we always associate former President Jimmy Carter with his faith, and it's synonymous with who he is as well as his wife. But his humanitarianism, he's showing that both in life and death. In lieu of flowers, the Carter Center has requested that donations be sent to the Carter Center and not to the Carters or to Maranatha Baptist Church or to Plains, but to the organization that furthers the equality of other people.
Which is so typical of him, which is what Andy Young talked about, because of voting rights. That's one of the areas that the center is involved in. Getting rid of the guinea worm with no vaccine. You've got people, I think they say they only have 13 cases now. And before it was killing people in droves. When you look at everything that the Carter Center is involved in, it makes sense because it's important to the Carter family that the Carter Center continue to do the good that it's doing, watching elections around the world. We forget that Mr. Carter did many things in his administration that have also carried over. When you look at the Department of Education, all of a sudden, you know, people were receiving what they needed in terms of education, so people could receive a free education. Now, some people would say public education is not what they want it to be, but until he created the Department of Education, being educated in the United States of America, it really depended upon your color, where you lived, and the money that was involved. You forget that, you know, the Department of Energy, which we're looking at the wildfires right now, in California, and I'm thinking, you know, he was very interested in the environment. So when you look at what he did, he wants to make sure, even after his death, that the things that were important to him and to the people of the United States and to people around the world would still be funded. So there would never be an opportunity to say, well, we can't do this anymore because we don't have the dollars.
Well, in some ways, he was almost ahead of his time.
He's always been ahead
of
his time.
And during his administration, he put solar panels on the White House.
And then they took them off.
Right, Reagan took them off.
And then Reagan took them off. And now, you know, here we are. He was so involved in the environment as a farmer. It's just that you were correct. He was ahead of his time. And he wants this, shall we say, who he was to continue after his death. The Carter Center is not about just one person or one couple. It is a worldwide organization. And that's why I think they're saying the church will survive, but the Carter Center must survive past his 100 years.
And the Carter family, they are inviting, Monica, the public to line the procession route and join them in honoring and celebrating the life of the former president. Shortly after the private funeral service that the motorcade is en route to run right now at Maranatha Baptist Church, the motorcade procession will depart the church. They're going to make a stop near Plains High School for the Carter family. They'll disembark from the motorcade. They'll walk behind the late president's hearse. The procession will also go through downtown Plains for individuals to be out there, but it is very, very cold. And once the sun sets, it's going to get even colder. We're going to go to our chief meteorologist, Jennifer Valdez. Jen, you've been watching the weather today. It's beautiful right now, but things are going to take a drastic turn here with some severe weather.
Yeah, it is gorgeous outside, but it is frigid, and that frigid air not going anywhere as this area of low pressure that we've been tracking. We knew this was going to develop really the end of December, and now it's almost here. All of this moisture to our west is heading in our direction, already bringing snow across northwestern Mississippi through Arkansas, even into the Dallas-Fort Worth area through Oklahoma. This is heading in our direction. The cold air is in place, and it will be here overnight. And as this moves in, it will bring us the chance of wintry weather, including some fairly significant snow and ice as well. Both are going to make it very dangerous on the roads. Areas in pink where we have a winter storm warning for the possibility of up to 3 inches of snow, and we could see up to 1/3 of an inch of ice. This includes almost our entire viewing area, including all of Metro Atlanta. Far southern portions of our viewing area, that's where we have a winter weather advisory. So that is Pike, Lamar County, Upson County through Troup and Meriwether County, where we could see up to an inch of snow and a glazing of ice. So the further north you are, the bigger the impacts you're going to see, especially from those snow totals. It all starts early tomorrow morning at 5 a.m., that snow moving into West Georgia. I would say by about 7 o'clock, look out the window, because I think many of you will be seeing snowflakes flying through the sky around 7 a.m. And then it will continue even through the afternoon for areas north of I-20. The North Georgia mountains, you're going to see snow pretty much the entire time. Where those totals, snowfall totals, get a little dicey is as we get closer to I-20, because we're watching what we call the freezing line, basically the line between where we are below 32 degrees and above 32 degrees. So below 32 degrees, we're going to see snow. Above 32 degrees, we're going to see that mix. And that's where we'll see the possibility of some dangerous ice, especially in the afternoon. We're looking at ice potential up to 1/3 of an inch across metro Atlanta. Not only does that mean dangerous roads, but that means the possibility of fairly significant widespread power outages. Those areas that get less snow will see more ice. So certainly we'll be watching for that. And we'll have another update in just minutes.
Jennifer, thank you. Let's go back to our live coverage outside of Maranatha Baptist Church. The late president and his family have arrived. We're waiting for the service to begin, but this is part of the beginning as the military corps has the ceremony. Let's listen in.
Center, face. Dress, center, dress. Ready, front. Ceremonial. At ease.
As we listen in and wait for the arrival of former President Jimmy Carter, it's quite a sight to take all this in, but you can hear that silence. I think just the bird off in the distance is all you can hear, and that really plays to the moment that everyone is taking in outside Maranatha Baptist Church as everyone gets in position and waits for that arrival. We're expecting a service inside there that will last maybe 30, 45 minutes, and will be full of prayer, music, scripture, and remembering former president one final time before he is laid to rest.
The service at Maranatha Baptist Church, it is private. It is only for invited guests and the Carter family. We do know that Carter's grandchildren will serve as honorary pallbearers. They are expected to participate in the ceremony. We know that what we're watching now, it includes the history of the former president with his military service, that he is parts of the military, a special honor guard consisting of the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff earlier today, the vice chairman of the Joint Chief of Staff, the commander of the Marine Corps, the chief of the Naval Operations. They've all taken a part in this ceremony, as well as the Secret Service, who protected and watched over the Carter family during his entire life after he left office. They too are taking part in this ceremony. And as we watch it, we are waiting for the family to arrive. The sequence of events that is expected to happen that we'll watch here shortly is that Carter's immediate family and the honorary pallbearers, they will disembark from their vehicles. They will then move into position for the arrival ceremony, and that is what we're witnessing here. We know that Tony Loudon, the Carter's personal pastor, will preside over the service. He's also will provide remarks on the late president's life. Some of the musical selections that we are expected to hear today will include America the Beautiful, Eternal Father, Strong to Save by the U.S. Navy Sea Chanters, Let There Be Peace on Earth by Joanna Carol Anderson, and Imagine and It Is Well With My Soul by David Osborne. And the service will have some readings also from Hugo Wenzel.
And whether it's the service that we're about to hear from, the one we saw earlier today, or the one that was at the Carter Center on Saturday, what I think so many people have taken away are the stories of Jimmy Carter, not as a commander-in-chief, but as a grandfather, as a father, as a regular person. And that's what I think so many people are walking away with. Some of these stories we continue to hear, and what we didn't see when he was president, or even in his legacy since being president. You and I were talking Saturday about how the impact he had as president was substantial, of course, but so many look at his legacy after that and how time has changed his presidency in some ways, and seen more of a positive look at his impact, and see all of this on display over these last few weeks, the last week and a half, really is something to see it at so many depths of the levels.
And Jimmy Carter, he was a first-term president,
Yeah.
so he only led the nation for 4 years, but what he did after his presidency, the humanitarian work, is what really has won over the hearts and the souls of so many people who are paying respect to him today. He was one of the most favorite volunteers, because so many people thought that he founded Habitat for Humanity.
Right.
But he was one of the most famous volunteers. And here it is with he and his wife, Rosalynn Carter. This was part of their mission after he left office. And it was to see affordable housing for those who are the least of us. He wanted to give fair and equal housing and give them an opportunity to own, because when you own a home, you certainly build equity not only for yourself, but for generations.
When he was believed to be the first president to actually have lived in public housing, and because of a housing shortage and the crisis that we saw. And that's why so many people believe he was so passionate about Habitat for Humanity, because he had experienced it, he had lived it, and really had walked in the shoes of so many people. And so he couldn't just say, I know how you feel. I really do know how you feel.
He really knows how you feel. Monica Kaufman-Pearson and Tracy Hutchins, you both have covered the stories with Jimmy Carter, with Habitat for Humanity. This was something that was very close and personal to him with his mission, not just the Carter Center, but also seeing affordable housing built.
Well, he told Millard Fuller when he left office that they would give up a week every year to build homes. And he kept that promise until he could not do it anymore. And I can remember seeing him climbing up on the roofs of houses to actually work on them. And everybody was like, Mr. Carter,
what are you doing?
What are you doing? He was doing what he knew best, because he loved to work with his hands too. I think of what Ambassador Andrew Young said today, and I'm going to leave with that. He said, Jimmy Carter was a blessing that helped to create a great United States of America. I want to say thank you. You have been a blessing from God, and your spirit will remain with us. As Jason said, he may be gone, but he ain't gone far. And I think that's what we have to remember, is that the contributions that he made, we all are still benefiting from them. And yes, he was known very well for what he did after he left the presidency. But what we kept hearing today is that his presidency needs to be re-examined to look at what he did to make a difference, in addition to the peace accord. That there is much more to Jimmy Carter's presidency than what we talk about.
And I think it already is being re-examined as we talk about Jimmy Carter and his legacy right now. You're taking a live look at the motorcade as it travels through Archery just west of Plains, and here the front of Maranatha Baptist Church as we await the arrival of former President Jimmy Carter and his family as well. But to go back to some of the things you mentioned when we talk about Habitat for Humanity, I heard that he was really welcoming being the face of Habitat for Humanity, because we know when you're a high-profile person, that brings people to wherever you are, right? So when they knew Jimmy Carter and Rosalynn Carter would be working on a house, people wanted to be there and work right beside them, hammer the nails, saw the 2x4s, do all those things. So he wanted to make sure he could lend his name and his face to that so people would continue to come out. So we had an opportunity to speak to a former Secret Service agent for former President Jimmy Carter. And one of the things that I think is very true that you hear from almost anyone who spent any time with him is that the man that you saw speaking at Habitat for Humanity or at the Carter Center or around the world, you know, trying to eradicate guinea worm was the exact same man who he was. So it was their job to protect him, right? To watch over him. But Nick Steen, a former Secret Service agent, said, you know what, he watched over us in some ways, because whenever we would go out with him for things that he would love to do, you know, like going hunting or fishing, he would ask about their families. He was very concerned about how were they doing. And this is a gentleman in his 90s at the time, 90s plus, and he was concerned about how they were doing. So I think that speaks volumes about someone who is concerned about everyone, including the people who are paid to watch over you. So that's an incredible thing. Once again, a live look as that motorcade seems to slow down just a bit. Monica, I think they were going at a pretty good clip.
They were.
They know they need to get somewhere at a certain amount of time, heading through Archery, Georgia there, just west of Plains, on their way back to Maranatha Baptist Church, or on their way to Maranatha Baptist Church. These are live pictures inside the church at this hour. This is a private ceremony for the family and members of Maranatha, but we are able to kind of peek in and be voyeurs in some ways to kind of watch all this happen. And of course, we will hear a number of words and hear a number of songs as well. And I expect it to be a very moving ceremony, a very down-home ceremony, because that's exactly who the former president was.
And I just wondered, will they pass the plates today?
The plates that Jimmy Carter
that Jimmy Carter made.
I think that
with
would be
JC on it.
Right.
And then I know in another part of the building, there's tables and chairs that he carved. And I think that's in the children's area. This church is very important to him. And I think many people will still be going there because his spirit is still very much a part of that church and always will be. I think it's the one thing in addition to the city, you know, that you talk about the city of Plains, but the church, and then once the home becomes a museum of its own, people will want to see how the Carters lived. I think that this is not the end. He may have passed, but his legacy will continue. So people will still go there. There's still a lot of history that's in Plains. And I think people can go there and learn how to live together.
And you know, when you talk about this really being his home, really his foundational home of faith, that was really where he was able to teach and preach in many ways. You know, a lot of former presidents, they often go on the speaking circuit. Former President Jimmy Carter didn't do that. And when he was given money for some of those engagements, he would donate that money, right? Because this is not what he felt he was trying to do. I'm not trying to get rich off of this opportunity. After leaving the White House, when he was able to teach and preach, he did it right there at Maranatha.
And I love the fact also that he taught at Emory for like 38 years. He did an annual town hall meeting with the students where he would tell them, ask me anything and I'll be honest. And it's amazing how over the years, so many people have learned so much from that hands-on Mr. Carter.
And that was a coveted place to be. Like, if you were able to get on that list and be a part of that audience to hear former President Jimmy Carter, you had really done something.
Yeah. Well, I think of what James Carter said today about his grandfather. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God. And that makes us think of the Camp David of cards. And rejoice and be exceedingly glad, for great is your reward in heaven.
Speaks volumes. Sean, Blair?
Yeah, and we're going to keep an eye on these live pictures as the motorcade starts to make its way a little closer to Maranatha Baptist Church.
I heard the military
in position.
come into position, so we're getting very close to the arrival of Mr. Carter and as well as the Carter motorcade. Lots of people have lined the procession route to see and give a final farewell. But Patrick Pete, you're in the First Alert Forecast Center. Once the sun sets tonight, it's going to be brutally cold out there.
It is going to be very cold, and of course, all eyes on our winter storm that's going to be moving through the area as we head into the very early hours tomorrow. Winter storm warnings in effect for all of the communities that you see highlighted here right now. That system is moving through portions of Texas, bringing a bit of a wintry mix to parts of the Dallas metro area. Snow stretching into Oklahoma and parts of Arkansas. That's going to be moving our way as we head through the overnight hours. Our storm impacts here going to be the combination of not only snow, but sleet accumulation. They're going to range roughly from 1 to 3 inches across most of our area. It's just going to be the composition that shifts a little bit. And then on top of that, we're forecasting up to a third of ice possible for some communities. This is going to equal hazardous travel as we head through your Friday, but also into Saturday. Down trees are possible and even some power lines. So something we'll be watching as this system moves through. We expect this to move in as a snow exchange at around the 7 o'clock hour. You can see that highlighted by the blues, the pink indicating that mix that's really hugging the I-20 corridor. And we really think that the I-20 corridor will be the battle zone between the freezing line and where we see just plain old liquid precipitation. So we expect sleet to start to change over the closer we get to around noon. This lifts off towards the north and east, and then we'll have a little bit of wraparound moisture on the back end.
Patrick, thank you. Let's go back to the picture, and this is something to just take into and just be at awe. It is 42 degrees outside, and the streets of Plains, Georgia is lined up with hundreds of people witnessing the Carter Motorcade as it begins its final journey to Maranatha Baptist Church. You have to really love someone that you don't know personally, but you have such reverence and respect for them. At 42 degrees outside, it's beautiful outside, but it is cold. And they're there because they're realizing we are witnessing a moment in history, the final and goodbye to the 39th President of the United States.
Only about 500 people live in Plains, and there's a significant amount of people there taking this in today to really send off former President Jimmy Carter one final welcome home as he makes his way to Maranatha Baptist Church.
One of Carter's long-standing requests, because he was very involved in his final wishes and how he would be memorialized at death. And one of the longstanding requests he had was to honor his beloved community and hometown of Plains, Georgia. Supported by his family, the late president, as he makes his final journey with that procession through downtown Plains, he wanted to make sure this ensured the community had a final opportunity to pay their respects.
And once this, after the service, and there's a procession to the residents, there's going to be a moment where the procession makes a stop near Plains High School, and that's when the Carter family can get out and walk behind if they choose to. It certainly speaks to what we've been talking about and his connection to his hometown. Not just a connection, but really just all parts of his body, part of Plains, and the impact he has had, his family's had.
And here's a live look inside Maranatha Baptist Church, where the motorcade and the procession will eventually be to hold a private service for the Carter family, as well as special invited guests. It is private, not open to the public, but the Carter personal pastor, Tony Loudon, he will offer a prayer. We do know that Amy Carter, who has not very open with the press, but she, as well as Jack, Chip, and Jeff, the other children of the Carters, do plan to provide remarks and reminisce on their father's life.
Amy actually spoke at her mother's funeral, and it was a very moving and touching piece for her mother. So, you know, we all, because you're right, she very seldom will speak to the press. In all the years I've been here, 50 years, I don't think I've ever seen her do an interview.
I have never, but you know, one of the things that struck me that she said during her mother's funeral was she read a letter from former President Jimmy Carter to his wife that read, "My darling, every time I have ever been away from you, I've been thrilled when I return to discover just how wonderful you are. Goodbye, darling, until tomorrow, Jimmy." I mean, when you hear that, when you read that, that just speaks to the love that the two of them had really for their lifetimes, for Rosalynn's lifetime, and for their 77 years of marriage.
I think that's the reason why that letter, even today, is very appropriate, because he is really at peace now with his wife. this has just been one of those ceremonies where you go, you did this right. You gave him not only what he needed, but you gave him what he deserved. My question to Jason, though, this has been going on since the 29th of December. And he has been the face pretty much of everything. And I was very concerned because I asked him, when will you get a chance to mourn? And he talked about he and his wife, Kate, actually went one night to the Carter Center when they were still having people walk through, and they sat in an area where they couldn't really be seen. And he said for that moment, it allowed him to release a little. But he said, you know, I don't know when. I'll tell you one thing, he had so much going on. His son, his older son, actually was getting his driver's license, so he had to take him to take a driver's test, the written driver's test. So Jason has been juggling a lot. Now, Jason has a sister, Sarah, who's also been involved. But think about it, this young man who was the first grandchild, who, with Amy, used to go to the White House and climb trees because they built that tree house for Amy, but then Jason would go there and be involved. And he talked about his grandfather teaching him to fish, and then with even his sons, his grandsons, taking them out to teach them about the land. Jason hasn't had a chance to grieve, and I look forward to him just having a moment to let go.
And I think when you do lose a loved one, there is all this stuff that you have to do, right? Stuff, and people around and people there with you, supporting you. And it's not till later. And oftentimes it comes and goes and comes and goes. I've lost a mother. I know you've lost.
I've lost a mother and a mother-in-law.
Right. Family members as well. There are those separate times when something just happens and something you see makes you think about that person. And that's when you grieve. And those are the really, really hard times. And even though Jason has said, you know, the family has had time to prepare ever since he went into hospice, do you really ever prepare to lose?
No, you don't.
To lose someone so standing so broad and bold in your family like that? How do you prepare?
He said that the grieving process has been helped by the outpouring of love that people have given him. People who didn't know his grandfather personally, but felt they did. People who did know his grandfather personally, who have asked, how are you? How can we help? When we were at Manuals, there were 3 ladies in there who were wearing a shirt that said, "What would Jimmy do?" And it made Jason just smile from ear to ear and go over and hug the women. And he said, I've needed these hugs. So he has been able to feel the love of everyone, but he still needs that time when he can release. And his grandmother, having been involved in mental health, would, if she were still here, tell him he needs to do that.
Yeah, and that applies to every single member of the Carter family who needs time to grieve after all of this. And on the right side of your screen, you're taking a live look at the hearse there, and former President Jimmy Carter's personal pastor, Tony Loudon, there. He's been by his side
the whole time
during every single one of these ceremonies.
He was with him when he died.
To that.
He was with the president when he died, and
Sean,
the family.
Well, and you talk about the weight of the moment, you know, so many moments. Here we are in one day having a service at the National Cathedral with all these dignitaries, world leaders, all the presidents. And then you travel back to Georgia and you have this intimate service. Only about 300 people are going to be inside Maranatha Baptist Church for this service. That is quite a day.
From 3,000 people to around 300. From the National Cathedral to the wonderful little Plains, Georgia, Maranatha Baptist Church. It explains who Jimmy Carter really is.
In life and death, he is making sure that Plains is never forgotten. This was his beloved city for both him, his wife, and their children. We do know that the Carter children, Jack, Chip, Jeff, and Amy, will provide remarks today and reminisce on their father's life, as well as, Monica, you mentioned the Carter's personal pastor, Tony Loudon. He will also participate in the service and offer a prayer. We're watching these live images in planes outside of Maranatha Baptist Church. Once the guests and the motorcade of the Carters arrive, we're going to hear organist Carol Anderson. She's going to play some prelude music inside the sanctuary, and there's also going to be a service by the military. It'll be an arrival service before the funeral starts.
And so much of this planned out with extreme precision. The level of detail that has gone into every bit of this since his passing. Yes, you can argue this has been planned for years, maybe decades. You know, when presidents leave office, much of this plan is put in place immediately.
Well, Jason said that there is a format for state funerals. And he said in one way that was a relief for his family. But then he had to also make sure he followed his grandfather's wishes, because he had left how he wanted his funeral to be and who he wanted to speak. So it was a combination of, yes, I've got to do the national side, but yes, and still, I need to do the Carter Center and I need to do planes. It could have been a logistical nightmare, but it has been as smooth as silk.
And the Carter family has been very cognizant of the public and Georgians' needs to pay respect and feel like that they're part of this going away ceremony, even though the service at Maranatha Baptist Church is for the Carter family and select invited guests. They are allowing Atlanta News First to stream the service so Georgians can watch and respect and give their and mourn. You know, we're able to mourn in our own homes the loss of the 39th President of the United States and the only Georgian to ever have that highest office.
Well, and it goes back to what we saw on Saturday, the first service being at the Carter Center. And we heard from Jason Carter, who said it was very important to his grandfather that this be the first place that they start. Yeah.
There it is.
Here it is.
Here
right
it is.
here.
You can see it at the center of your screen. This was part of the planned ceremony outside of Maranatha Baptist Church to show respect and honor to the former president. Was that military flyover, and I think they're going to swing back through. Let's listen and watch.
And one plane peels off.
Part of the missing man formation. Here it is.
Called the U.S. Navy Missing Man Formation Flyover.
Again, you are watching our live images outside of Maranatha Baptist Church in Plains, Georgia. We are awaiting the arrival of the Carter Motorcade, along with Jimmy Carter and Rosalynn Carter's children, along with invited guests as they attend a private service at Maranatha Baptist Church. And Monica and Tracy, I went to the website of Maranatha Baptist Church, and even though it is the death and memorial of the former president, they're also recognizing his wife and her death too. It shows how tight of a unit they were together, but how much they meant to not only Maranatha Baptist Church, but also to Plains.
A lot of people don't know or have forgotten that Rosalynn Carter also taught Sunday school, and that she was very involved in a food program they had at the church to make sure people in the community would have food to eat. So it was more than a place of worship to them. It was also a place to serve the community. And I think that's important to remember also about her. And you're right, the website salutes both of them.
And I think they're part of the foundation of that community. How do you mention Jimmy without mentioning Rosalynn? And you know, it's interesting when we think about this and the coverage that we've had since Saturday, I just stood there and thought, wait a minute, when has there been a time when we've been without Jimmy Carter? None of us in our lifetime can ever think about that. And I say that because, Sean, you mentioned, you know, we do this extensive coverage, and the Carter family has allowed us to come in and see part of this. And I think we need that closure too, as a nation, as a state, as a community who's never lived a day without Jimmy Carter until last Sunday.
I would agree.
As we watch it looks like the family has now arrived outside of Maranatha Baptist Church. What we know from the sequence of events that are supposed to follow as they prepare for this final homegoing, that the immediate family, which will include the Carter children, which include Jack, Chip, Jeff, and Amy Carter, they're going to provide remarks on their father's life. As they arrive and they start to line up inside Maranatha Baptist Church, the immediate family and the honorary pallbearers, which are grandchildren of the Carters, they are going to move into position for the arrival ceremony, while extended family is escorted into the church to take their seats. But once all of the family is in place, the body bearer team, there's a team that is working to make sure that the president is released from the hearse with dignity and respect and led into the church. There will be clergy and color teams. They will move to the rear of the hearse, and then that body bearer team will remove the former president's remains from the hearse, and then there will be a ceremonial presentation of the arms to render honors. The family, as we show you live pictures inside Maranatha Baptist Church now, many of them making their way inside the pews to get in position there. And on the outside, they will begin to bring body inside former President Jimmy Carter one final time inside the church he loved so much and meant so much to that community. And we expect a service of about 30, 45 minutes. And so much of this will focus on who Jimmy Carter was as a person and what he meant to this community. As we look at the rear end of the hearse, they're about to begin the presentation of releasing him from the hearse and begin to escort him into the foyer where the honorary pallbearers will be escorted to their seats. And then again, once everyone is inside, the church will be seated, the doors will open, the procession will move into the sanctuary with music, and then the order of the procession will include clergy, national colors, the casket and body bearers, presidential colors, and then the immediate family will be brought in with a military escort. So many members of the military, various branches here today to be part of this. We know that the 282nd Army Band from Fort Jackson, South Carolina, part of the music and part of the colors being presented here today. And so much of this, you know, these teams have been practicing these moments, making sure it is absolutely perfect. And it's something to watch, as we've seen every step of the way over the last week and a half.
And I realized just a moment ago that the Carters have actually 22 grandchildren.
Wow.
22 grandchildren. And I think altogether, it's including the great-grandchildren, it's about 38 of them. This family has grown. But it's amazing how each generation still had a very close relationship with Papa.
Let's listen into the service as they begin the military procession. You've been listening to the ceremonial troops as they presented arms and they rendered honors. That was the 282nd Army Band, and we're going to listen in as the service begins to get underway. It's not started yet, but once it does, we will break away and listen in.
This is the final service for former President Jimmy Carter, taking place inside his hometown church in Plains, Georgia, Maranatha Baptist Church, as family, the children get in position to be seated. And so much of this service focuses on the life of Jimmy Carter, as we've seen in these services, one at the National Cathedral earlier today, another here in Atlanta at the Jimmy Carter Center on Saturday, and this one final goodbye involving a place that meant so much to he and his wife.
So many tributes that came in today when the former president was honored at his state funeral at Washington National Cathedral. President Biden declared today a national day of mourning. And one of the tributes that the former president praised Jimmy Carter with is saying that he was an honest man, a leader who was ahead of his time. We heard Monica share how he put solar panels on the White House, and then Ronald Reagan, when he became president, took them away. Solar panels is now really, this is 2025, and
right.
People want them.
Sure.
So again, this is live images inside Maranatha Baptist Church, and it's really just one of Jimmy Carter's wishes. He was very involved in his funeral arrangements before he passed away, and his long-standing request was to make sure that his memorial also honored Plains, his beloved community, his hometown, and supported by his family, the late president, as he as his family prepares to say their final goodbye. Not only will they do it in private in Maranatha Baptist Church, but once the service is over, the family will then also head to the Carter residence, where they are going to have a private interment for Carter there, and he'll be buried next to his wife.
It's only about a mile from the church to the residence, we understand. And so that procession, and we've already seen people out there as the procession made its way into Plains toward Maranatha Baptist Church. We saw so many people in the town there for this one last homecoming for the former president, and you got to believe they're going to be waiting to give one last send-off.
And it is 42 degrees. The sun is still emanating light right now, but by the time the service is over, the sun will set, it will be dark, and it will get even colder. Our First Alert weather team has been monitoring the weather. This is really, if you're going to have a funeral, today was the day to have it in Georgia, because tomorrow the weather is going to be really, really cold.
We have Atlanta News First our political reporter Doug Reardon, who's been outside Maranatha Baptist Church. I want to bring Doug back in, and Doug, just with the understanding we may have to break away once the service begins, but I know you haven't been able to talk with us because of the motorcade arriving there, but it's one thing to see this on television or in streaming play out, but another thing, you got to believe with your real eyes.
I would 100%. I mean, you talk about a moment where it's dead quiet except for that military band. It's eerie. It feels hallowed. It feels exciting. It feels sad in a way, and it was all those things. What I was thinking was how this must have felt for the family too, because you've had this excruciatingly long day where you're in D.C. in the morning, you're back here in Plains, Georgia at night, but they were shuffling along, and just I would imagine trying to get here all day, because this was home, not just for the Carters but for their extended family as well. And so I know Monica a minute ago mentioned going from a church of about 3,000 people to a church of 300 people, so a bit of a different setting for them, but this certainly has to feel more like home for those family members. And so as we watched them file off the bus, some people had their heads hung. The shadows were getting kind of long here, and we were losing our light, so we got a chance to, right before they went in, kind of watch it all happen. And the thing I can tell you is it was dead quiet. You could hear squirrels shuffling up the trees behind us, and so it's just that manner of respect that you have for someone who was so well respected as he was in a place that meant so much to him, that I think was really the palpable thing out here watching that, guys.
Doug, the service is about to begin. Let's listen in.
Please be seated. Peace. Salam. Shalom. We are here to honor the life of President Jimmy Carter, a faithful partner to Rosalynn, un padre orgulloso, a proud parent to Jack, Jeff, Chip, and Amy, a gifted poet, a neighbor in this tiny, peanut-loving town of Plains, and a global peacemaker. In this sacred space, filled with red velvety pews and feet planted on green carpet, we are united in our humanity, in our need to love and be loved. Though our stories and proximity differ, we are here because we have been impacted by the earthly presence of this remarkable human, a leader who used his power not for selfish gain, but humbly in service of all. Would you please join me in prayer? Creator, we are gathered here today with souls stripped naked with grief and silent tears stuffed with memories trickling down our faces. We know death is inescapable, and yet, when it arrives, we often are ill-prepared for the weight of its reality upon our chest. May we be attentive, tender, and protective of one another, as collectively we have been draped in a blanket of sorrow. Exhaustion has been an unwelcome companion for days. Our eyesight is blurry, our emotions frail, and our steps feel unsteady. May we ease one another's pain with tangible, skin-to-skin love, like fingers interlocking, arms wrapped in a warm embrace, and kisses on foreheads. When we lock eyes with one another, may only the language of comfort be exchanged. On our darkest days, help us to trust that hope is on the horizon. May we extend grace to ourselves as we navigate the days ahead. And when our eyes readjust and our steps feel more secure, let us again join in the work set before us, for we have been called to action. We will reap what we sow. The seeds of equality, justice, humility, and freedom were planted by President Carter and Rosalynn, and they are now ours to tend, here in Plains, in the United States, and in the world. May tyrants tremble as the soil beneath them is disrupted, for our hands are on the plows. May we loosen our grip, God, on the labels that we place on ourselves and on others, so that we may see the sacred worth of each and every human, following the example set before us by Jesus and by Jimmy Carter. Whether we are clad in a hijab or kippah, wearing a cross or bindi, we are each a divine masterpiece. The Lord does not look at the outer appearance, but the Lord looks at the heart. So, Spirit, awaken us to the breathtaking mystery of your indescribable and uncontainable love. Love known by many names. Love that longs to be at home within us. As Mr. Jimmy would pray, may our lives be meaningful in the enhancement of the lives of our fellow human beings, and may we never grow weary of waging peace. Amen.
For He has showed you, oh man, what is good, and what does the Lord require of you? To act justly, and to love mercy, and to walk humbly with your God.
Praise the Lord, everybody. Praise the Lord. Somebody say hallelujah. Hallelujah. And wake the church up. It's been a long ride. We've taken JC all across the country to D.C. in the cold,
in the wind, on Air Force One, to the Capitol, and back here to planes at home. Amen? Amen. Would you pray with me first, please, before I speak over my friend? Father, in the name of Jesus, Lord, I just thank you for this opportunity. I pray, God, that your will be done today. Hide me behind the cross, God. May the people be blessed by you and not impressed by me. Comfort this family, God. Comfort all the friends, all the staff, all those that played a part in this great man's life. Comfort the family more than anything. Comfort Maranatha Baptist Church, God. Give them hope. Allow them to stand on their faith. Comfort those that are standing alongside the roads waving flags and honor your great servant. Father, we give you the credit and all the glory. It's in Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Amen. Last Sunday, our God called the Sunday school teacher home. This ex-president, the governor, the senator, Jason Pop, he called him home on Sunday. Today we honor the life and legacy of Jimmy Carter, a man of faith, courage, and conviction. From his humble beginning as a Georgia farmer to his incredible accomplishments as commander-in-chief, President Carter embodied the ideas of a life of service. In 1979, America was divided. President Carter gave a speech, Crisis in Confidence. Well, we had a confidence problem in our government leaders. He challenged America to recover the sense of unity and purpose that binds people together. In true Jimmy Carter fashion, I believe it's only fitting that his transition into heaven coincides with a pivotal transition taking place in our nation today. Right before we swear in Congress, right before we have an inauguration, and right before we get an opportunity to pick a new government. President Carter is still giving us a lesson today on faith and hope while the world picks new leaders. President Carter has given us a lesson today on faith and hope to be the guardrails of our democracy, the guardrails of everything that we do, whether it's building houses, whether it's helping the homeless, whether it's feeding the poor, whether it's giving clean water to those in Africa. Faith and hope should be our guardrails to everything that we do. The greatest forces of human spirit, faith and hope, often seems so elusive from all of us. We see all in the media all the different things that takes place, and we wonder whether or not we have faith and hope and whether it's going to bring change about in our nation. President Carter reminds us today that we can make a difference, that we can stand forward and make change in our nation and around the world. As I think about President Carter's unwavering commitment to serve our nation with faith and hope, his covenant to spread joy is a testament to his character and his leadership. He advocated for justice, fairness, and equality for all people, regardless of race, creed, or gender in America, all around the world. He championed civil rights, worked tirelessly to end discrimination and protect the environment, and urged us to lend a hand. He knew what it was like to live in public housing, because after he got out of the military, right down the road here, he ended up living in public housing. And he was grateful to a nation that gave him a place called home. And later on, those same circumstances, years later, He had very, very different circumstances where he ended up back in public housing called the White House. He would find himself in public housing once again. He was a servant leader who was called by two books. When I think about President Carter, taking his left hand and raising his right hand and making a covenant with his God that he would serve this nation and serve it well, he was called by two books. There's a big book standing outside of the Carter Center, his office in Atlanta. This big, massive book, Curtis. It's so big you wouldn't want to pick it up. But it's a big book, and it talks about the duties of the president, Jack. This book tells him when to appoint the Supreme Court justice. This book tells him about carrying out the duties of a president. This book tells him all the things that he should do as the president of the United States. But there's another book. The book that he put his left hand on when he was a state senator. The book that he put his left hand on when he was an officer in the Navy. Jan, the book that he put his hand on when he became governor of Georgia. That same book that he put his hand on when he became the president of the United States. That book that taught him about faith and hope. That book taught him about loving your neighbor. That book that taught him about there should be no discrimination in our country. That book that allowed him to go around and talk about, I can build homes in America for the poor. Why? Because my Savior has already built a mansion for me. That book that gave him hope when he fell. That book that gave him hope when he had cancer. That book that taught him about the love, taught him about Genesis, taught him about Exodus, taught him about Revelations, but more importantly, taught him about Galatians. Galatians chapter 5, verse 22 to 23. And it reads this. Congressman Bishop, it says, but the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, long-suffering, gentleness, goodness, faith, meekness, temperance. Against such there is no law. And some of you will catch this later on when you go up to the Carter Center and look at the big presidential book. If you have no faith, you have no hope, you have no love, you have no joy, and you don't have the fruits of the Spirit, against it there is no law. You see, when President Carter took office, the outlook for the nation was deeply divided by strife and sharp political division. It sounds like we're there today, where we need the fruits of the Spirit, where we need love, where we need joy, where we need long suffering, where we need peace, temperance, where we need meekness and faith, because against this, there can be no law for our nation. If we have not any of these fruits of the Spirit, then maybe we should just take off the words, in God we trust, on our currency. But Jimmy Carter, in the years since, America has often reflected on the turmoil of the era, which many focusing on perceived a lack of a moral compass in the political arena. A lot of the experts will judge President Carter on the big book, his political accomplishments, whether he failed or whether he did some great things. And all the commentators are talking on all the networks, talking about the big book. But to know the man, you got to know the book. To know the man, you got to know the book that made the man. You got to know the fact that he had a young lady in his life by the name of Rachel Clark. Rachel Clark, a black woman who worked on his daddy's farm, walked with him and take him fishing. A black woman who would tell him about the Lord Jesus Christ, a black woman who would tell him what it means to be a man and love your wife. In order to know about Jimmy Carter, you have to know about Bishop William Decker Bonner, an AME bishop who would stand outside his father's farm by the fence and talk to his father about the book so that he can teach those that's working on the farm about the book. And President Carter sat with me one day and he told me, this bishop taught me about Jesus Christ. I remember when he put us in the car, got the Secret Service together, and he lined them up outside the gate, and he called me on the phone and he said, Tony, where are you? Jack, I told him I was 10 minutes out. In reality, I was 15 minutes out. He said, hurry up and get here. I pushed the gas pedal a little harder through Sumter County in Americas. And when I got there, we got in this caravan and we drove to Archery, Georgia. We pulled on from the side of the road to an unmarked grave site. The 39th President Amy was there. The aides are pushing him in the wheelchair, Secret Service behind. I'm scared to death because some of these grave sites look like you can fall right in. Jason, I'm an old city boy. I saw the ant hills and all the things. I was afraid. But he was pushing and saying, look, Tony, over here, this is Bishop William Decker Johnson. That's him, made a difference in my life. Over here is a father who fought in World War I. A black man made a difference in this nation. Over here is his son who fought in World War II, who made a difference in this nation. Walking around, I couldn't understand and wrap my mind around why would this man, a southerner from Georgia, take this black man, his pastor, and teach him about the history of them, those that made a difference. It didn't dawn on me, Jason, until I understood that it was all about the fruits of the Spirit, about him giving me this passage through the book, because in the book, even black people knew about the Savior. Jimmy Carter wanted to make sure that his pastor knew that they made a difference in his life, and it took him all the way to the White House. Yes, what will our future generation think when they reflect upon our nation today? What will our children think? I often wonder what would the world be like for my 7-year-old daughter. I often wonder what the world would be like after all this celebration is over. Will we pick up the baton? Or will we just clap our hands and take pictures and say we were there? Instead of moving it forward, picking up the fruits of the Spirit from the book, not the presidential book, but the book that became the foundations of his life, the book. Made Jimmy Carter who he is today, the book, where he sat here in Sunday school and taught Sunday school, and every time he finished, he challenged us, go out and do something for somebody else. Go build a fence, go cook a cake, do something for somebody else. It breaks my heart to know that my friend is gone. But I hear the echo of his voice every Saturday asking me the 4 questions. Tony, where have you been? What have you done? Who have you helped? And how can I help you help them? You got to understand, George, that sometimes he was weak and struggling. Instead of asking 4 questions, he would just say, where have you been? There was times he would ask, what's going on in Maranatha? Who's sick? Who can I call? Give me their number. And members, some are sitting here today, will get a call from Jimmy Carter. Why? Because reading the book, J.C. had an encounter with J.C. And J.C. became everything like his God, everything like his Savior. We're here today because of the book. We're here today because what the book did for Jimmy Carter. We're here today, all of us, black, white, brown, others, all around the world. I remember when he told me, Tony, I need you to get the black churches and the white churches and playing the worship together. Well, President Carter, I'm trying. I can tell him today that he was able to get blacks, white, browns, and others all around the world to sing Amazing Grace. Let there be peace on earth. I can tell him today, in this book, Why Not Your Best, Admiral Rickover asked him 2 questions. One of the questions were, what rank did you graduate in? And he asked him another question. He said, why not? Did you give your best? Today, I can tell the Admiral that J.C. gave his best to the world, even in his latter days. Today, I can tell the Admiral that J.C. gave his best all the way to his dying moments. Today, I can tell the Admiral that I saw seamen at every Air Force base we went to with the wind blowing and a seaman holding a flag, and the flag is fully extended, and he's holding the presidential flag, and it's flapping like crazy. He's wearing about $1.50, and every now and then that flag would lift him up, and he would anchor it back down. He would lift him up, and he would anchor it back down. He was freezing, he was cold, but he gave us his best. And then when we get to D.C., there was another seaman holding the flag. Wind was blowing, it was cold, and he was holding this cover falls off. He's holding it, and he's holding the presidential flag, and he's giving his best. I know we had a lot of ceremonies, and I know we walked down to the Capitol. I know we did all the things, but I would imagine the day that President Carter would have stopped and walked over to those seamen and said, thank you for giving me your best. I imagined the last Sunday when God opened up the doors and said, Jimmy, come on home, that there was an angel in the back ringing the bell 39 times. I imagine that those who've been on a detail planning his demise start running because they went before he did. I imagine that some of his friends that helped build the Carter Center come running to the gate because the angel was ringing the bell 39 times. I imagine that his mom got up and said, I hear the bell, I hear the bell. I imagine his bride start pushing her way to the gate, telling people, move out of my way so I can get some sugar from my Jimmy before he start building homes up here. You see, all along the way, Jimmy Carter gave us his best. There's something I want to point out to you, because the only way you can see it, you have to stop and look. We got here today where the pallbearers was carrying his body. Army, Navy, Marines, Air Force, all along the way, soldiers standing on the post, saluting him as they go by. Washington, D.C., at the Capitol, all of them giving Jimmy Carter their best. I had to look up some of the nation's mottos about our soldiers. The U.S. Army, this will We defend the U.S. Marine Corps, Semper Fi, always faithful. The U.S. Air Force, aim high, fly, fight, and win. The U.S. Coast Guard, Semper Paratus, always ready. But there's a phrase inscribed above the chapel doors of the U.S. Naval Academy in Annapolis. Non-CB said, Patre I. It's Latin for not self, but country. I imagine that JC knew about that phrase. That every step along the way, when he came back to take over his father's farm, it still rang in his heart. Not self, but for country. That's what every one of our soldiers have done. Every one of the Secret Service detail for 40 plus years, keeping them safe. Not self, but for country. Every one of the A's that extended his life while he was in hospice, not self, but for country. Every worker at the Carter Center, not self, but for country. The challenge of you today, can you embrace that? Can you embrace that and let it be in you? Let it be in you and let it be your motto. Not self, but for country. And when you have that motto, you'll make an impact in the world. Because the fruits of the Spirit would allow you to go to Africa and give somebody clean water to eradicate a disease. Because of the fruit of the Spirit will make you humble and meekness and give you love, joy, and peace. That's who my friend Jimmy Carter was. I'll finish by saying this. Right there, Andrew, where you sitting, on a Sunday morning, President Carter was sitting in a wheelchair over there. He was not teaching Sunday school. Kim was going to teach. A man in the back from Africa with his family came in. He wanted to meet President Carter. I said, well, he's not teaching today, and I doubt if he take any pictures either. He said, well, please, 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 sir, can I meet him? I just want to tell him thank you. I walked over to President Carter where he was sitting there in the wheelchair. I said, listen, sir, I don't mean to bother you. We're getting ready for service. But there's a man from Africa that wants to meet you and say thank you. He said, well, bring him on up. Congressman Bishop, we brought him up, and his family trailed him, and he fell right there on one knee. And before his knee hit the ground, tears was bawling down his face. He looked in President Carter's eyes and he said, I graduated from the University of Michigan. My family is with me. You saved my life and my family's life by helping eradicate the guinea worm. And I just came back to tell you thank you. President Carter leaned over and put his forehead on this man from Africa's forehead. And they both was bawling and crying. He took his arm and put on his shoulder. And they both was comforting each other and crying. I could only imagine the love that President Carter felt, but it reminded me when Jesus said, wasn't there 10 lepers that I healed? But only one came back to say thank you. But you see, to know JC, it wasn't all about the thank you. It was the fact that he made a difference in one person's life. Not self, but country. Not self, but country. Don't let his legacy die. Don't let this nation die. Let faith and hope be our guardrails. God bless you. Let's do the Lord's Prayer together. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, as we forgive our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
Eternal Father, strong to save.
The last time President Carter was here in the Navy was in the choir. It was sailors from all over, and there was thousands of people who were watching online, and there was people who had spent time all out in the parking lot sleeping at night before they got here. And he would finish his Sunday school lesson by saying, "Thank you." Caregivers, could you stand, please? Please stand. Dr. Raines, you and the team and the caregivers extended my friend's life. And he is grateful. And today he would say, thank you from the bottom of his heart. And so we acknowledge you for all that you've done for him every day, making life worth living. Thank you. You may be seated. Maranatha, could you please stand? You've kept his legacy, Kim, by teaching Sunday school. You didn't want that burden, but Uncle Jimmy called you, and then you were called by a book, the Sunday school book and the book of Uncle Jimmy. But you answered the call. Maranatha, George, Jan, all of you guys, you've made life pleasant for him here. Bose, all of you guys that kept this place alive. Keep it going. Where have you been? What have you done? Who have you helped? And how can I help you? I love you. Uncle Jimmy would say, thank you, and I love you, and ain't nothing you can do about it. You can sit down. Just protocol, General in the detail, Curtis, the Carter Center. Could you guys all stand, please? The Carter Center, all those that's been playing, all that's been involved in this. Carter Center, Ruth, Polly, Lauren, Beth. Listen, JC would say thank you for all that you guys have done for him. Curtis, thank you. Brother Wise, thank you. And sometimes they gave me your pound cake. General, thank you for the spirit of excellence for our nation, putting our nation on display in the spirit of excellence for the best. I know he would say thank you. And on behalf of the Carter family, all of them, I want to personally say thank you for your leadership. Carter Center, the baton is being passed to you. Jason, the baton is being passed. We need you. Our nation needs you to do more. Thank you for all that you've done and will continue to do on behalf of this great man. You may be seated. I feel like I'm leaving somebody out. This is my benediction. To the Carter Center family, I love you. Amy, I love you. Jeff, I love you. Chip, I love you. Becky, thank you so much. Jack, I love you. Elizabeth, I love you guys. Josh, Jamie, all of you guys, I love you. Miss Sybil, I love you. Thank you so much. Miss Mary, thank you for all that you've done for the Carters. Please stand. Thank you, man. You are truly family to this family. All the way from the governor's mansion to the White House to back to Plains. You've been the glue in so many cases. And this family loves you, and we say thank you. You see, at the pearly gate, blacks are all at the gate with the whites and the browns and others. At the pearly gate, everybody's there, Miss Mary. And there's no difference. And we thank you. You've been a blessing to this Carter family. If I forget anybody, hold it to my head and not my heart. My wife's trying to tell me something. Park service, please stand. Thank you. Thank you. You have a big task ahead, and the nation is waiting. The nation is waiting to be able to walk onto that compound and visit Miss Rosalynn and Jimmy. The nation is waiting to go by that gate where Jimmy Carter picked some wild roses and planted them so that they can bloom every spring, so that when his bride comes out, he can see wild red roses every day. He told me to do it, Chip, but I don't have that type of talent. I just have to buy roses. Thank you. You got a big task, getting everything ready for him. Finish the race. Finish strong. Continue to mantle. And I love you guys, and ain't nothing you can do about it. That being said, we're going to have music by David Osborne with our receptional. And listen, the church know I'm a crying preacher. I've been crying the last 6 days. But these are tears of joy because JC has an encounter with JC.
The nation's longest living president planned much of the funeral that you see today, and his choices rang true with his favorite music to the list of his speakers.
This very much was a message to that community, but it was also a message to politicians, a message to Americans, where the pastors say, don't let his legacy die, don't let this nation die.
And Monica, you and Tracy watched this as well. The touching part where you've been, what have you done, who have you helped, and how can I help you help them? Poignant words that the president spoke, that the pastor shared.
And I think the most important thing I saw in there was when they thanked Miss Mary. Everybody stood up, applauded, and of course, Amy went back, grabbed her, hugged her. She sat on the floor so Miss Mary could sit up front. She believes that faith and hope should be our guardrails in everything we do.
Yeah, not a dry eye in the house when he talked about the eradication of guinea worm and the one person, the one family that touched. Sean and Blair.
Thank you, Tracy. Thank you, Monica. And let's talk about the other big story, and that's the weather.
Yeah, there's a
Honor, guard!
Bam.
Attention!
guys are aware you're not to beat feet quick, right? Once they're in, you guys got to boogie. Because when they shoot them guns off, you do not want to be standing here. So you guys are what? Okay. So y'all are going.
Time. Ready? Set. Hot. 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 Thank you. Right? We can take the card in. When he will bring the card to the exit, bring something out. So we're going to go with that. can't even 600 on the live view. 550. They are. Don't do that with this audience.
Yeah, I would just keep straight. Those guys? Yeah, who are they?
Okay, we're breaking. We're moving. yeah. I wouldn't know.